So he started the process by, can we turn the microphone up a bit? He started the process, yeah, it's just a little low. Yeah, a little louder would be great. So he's gathered up some glass from the furnace. Martin Janecký is at the bench currently. He's gathered glass. The glass is orange only because it's super hot. All of the glass that we gather up from the he's blown into the end of that rod to create the big void within whatever piece that they create. So this makes all things hollow. We'll add some color, and then from adding color, I'll let you guys know what it'll sculpt out from this bubble.
I think that thing is finally toast because it was doing this all last night.
Oh, what was it? That's so embarrassing.
Couldn't figure it out what the fuck it was doing last night too. I was trying to figure out if it's an issue up there because Heather projects really loud, so
Yeah,
I was wondering
she's
if that was
so
peaking.
loud.
I wonder if that was peaking it, but I don't think. I think this thing's
She
just
was
done.
so loud. That you never know what can break something. Welcome to the Hot Shop. For those of you who are just joining us here, we have the NCN Collective, and I'll let you guys know exactly what they're making in just a moment. My name is Emily, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask. So on the shield there's a small sketch. I don't know if you can quite see it. I'll enlarge it in a moment and put it on the big screen. They're going to make a mask, and a frog and a tongue is coming out of the mask. That process has started by gathering glass from the furnace. The furnace is here in the hot shop. They run 24/7. They hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass, and they rest at about 2,100 degrees while they're working. They'll gather up glass, and as they gather up the glass, they then will add color. Today, currently, they're adding color by sifting color on within the powder booth. And in a moment, we'll pan over to the powder booth so you can get a better visual of that also. As they go from the powder booth and then into the reheating chamber, he's melting that powdered glass onto the surface of the gather, that fresh, big gather of glass. So they've already blown a bubble below this color. It's a hollow piece that you're looking at the moment. It just looks like a big mass of hot orange glass. It's not orange, it's just hot. Today is the last day of the NCN Collective working here in the hot shop with us. NCN is a creative group of glassmakers and Indigenous artists that include Preston Singletary, Martin Janecký, Raven Skyriver, Kelly Odell, Charles Parriott, and Joe David. NCN stands for Nuu-chah-nulth, a tribe that Joe David comes from, and with their lives woven together, some over 4 decades, they collaborate in bringing life to contemporary native sculptures using innovative glass techniques. Concepts and designs of the Tlingit and Nuu-chah-nulth tribes resonate through their unique glass sculptures. So now that he has added color at the bench here, he'll use his folded up newspaper that's been soaked in water to just shape the glass. It's that cloth-like material. It provides him with a very, very intimate tool during the process, almost as if he's using his bare hand to manipulate the material. And then into the reheating chamber. This chamber is designed only to reheat the glass, and it rests at about 2,300 degrees while they're working. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. So with his jacks, he'll carve away some of the extra material there at the end of, the end portion of the piece. The diamond shears are great for removing an extra bit of the material in a clean cut. And so the tools they use during the process are specifically made for glass blowing. So those diamond shears, they cut in a perfect 360. So when he snips the extra material away, it'll be nice and clean at the removal point. When the glass glows this really pretty orange color, that just indicates it's super hot and soft. It doesn't mean it'll be orange when it cools down. The visible color change within the material and the filling is how they know when to do, or what is how they know what to do and when to do it. It helps them understand the material as they're working. So whenever we just rest, as he's doing now, we have to allow the glass to cool down and set itself up before we go back into the furnace and gather up some more glass. At the bench is Martin Janecký, and then we have our hot shop team as well, which is a core group of artists that are here full time. And artists often come to the museum to work with this core group due to their phenomenal knowledge of glass and the process, and they're able to help really push people along in their career and bring their visions to life through glass. And then aside from our core group of artists, we have Raven, Skyriver, Kelly Odell's on the right side of the hot shop getting some water, and then of course Preston Singletary as well here in the hot shop today. So back into the furnace to gather up some more glass. Dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey that glass contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself. When he strips the glass off into that bucket, that's known as a strip gather. He's just eliminating some of the material he picked up. It's better to pick up in a full rotation and then strip it away in a full, all together. Can we go over to the powder booth to see how they sift color onto the surface of the glass? Okay, so there in the vacuum sealed little box is how they add color to the surface of the glass. We have to do it within a concealed space because we don't want to inhale those particles of glass. And so this is how, one way, we can add color to the surface of the glass. As they continue to add color, I think it would be great to learn a little bit more about the artists from this collective. Could we please see Raven Skyriver's Art Meet the Artists video?
My name is Raven Skyriver, and I'm from Lopez Island, Washington. It's a small island in the San Juan Islands. I was born in a house with no running water or electricity, and my mom pretty much didn't allow TV in the house, so it was a lot of just playing out in the woods and being on the water as a young kid. As a young boy and all throughout my life, I've made trips up to the outside of Vancouver Island. So this is a direct inspiration of my upbringing, the salmon, and also an icon of the Pacific Northwest and a staple of the native people of this area. My other work as well is, you know, from the north, Alaska down to here, whales and fish and stuff. As far as the dynamicism of the work, I think that's probably one of the hardest things is proportion and getting everything to look like in the right place. That's one hard aspect, but the other, and I think one of the more difficult things about making something is giving it a dynamic flow and making it look alive and giving it motion when it's a static object. So that's something I'm still striving towards, and I feel like this is a more recent piece. I feel like I'm getting better at that, but it's always something I'm trying to put into the work, is breathing a little life into it and making it look as though it has motion. I like to work from a reference pretty much always. A lot of these books are really great examples of not only the coloration and the form, but also the movement of the creatures that are being depicted in glass. So it helps me not only catch the form and color, but also the mannerisms and how the creatures move in their environments. Don't make the pattern too organized or anything. The coloring of the bubble is a big part of what goes into it. So it's been a long time as far as the process of figuring out which colors go where and what works well together. Some things I try to be a little more whimsical with and do a looser interpretation. So I've definitely spent a lot of time developing which colors work well together. I have a lot of ideas. That's definitely something I don't have any shortage of. I guess I want to keep exploring similar forms, but there's other things that I haven't tried yet that I definitely want to delve into as well. Would love to express my gratitude to the museum and also to this amazing crew that museum offers and that I've been able to assemble as well. Couldn't do any of this on my own.
And then back in with those papers. Those papers are just a thick stack of folded up newspaper that have been soaked in water. Pay attention. Gabe will blow into the end of the rod to expand the bubble. There's a hollow bubble in the core of this color. As when he blows, it'll start to expand the bubble. He'll cinch some of the extra material there at the end of the piece just to remove the extra material. This will also help clean up the color in this area to bring it all together. The hot part of this process is just the beginning of the work. And you can see, if you come and look closer, you can see the sculptures here when they come out of the oven. They're just blanks, and then Preston will lay on this rubber material. It's a stencil that he then will sketch on the top of, and then they'll carve it out. And when they carve away and take away the stencil, whatever glass that is exposed, when it goes into the sandblasting machine, it'll be like how the piece is here on the podium. It'll expose what's underneath the surface, or it'll just have details that have been carved in through the stencils, and then also from sandblasting it away. And that is how you get all of the beautiful carved details. Joe David and Preston work away at carving into the glass. So now at this point in the process, he's using his jacks to carve into the glass. What he's doing is they're just moving that bubble away from the end of the rod. He's carving in a line of tension. We call this a jack line. It helps indicate the end of the rod and the beginning of the piece. It's important to have a well-carved jack line to be able to remove the piece at a different point in the process. So whenever they have to transfer to another rod to work on the opposite side, you need a well-carved line of tension to remove the piece to transfer to another rod. He'll cap the pipe as he uses these corks to add shape to the bubble. The corks are just a larger size piece of cork that you'd have on the top of your wine bottle. That's great for shaping the glass because it doesn't remove the heat quickly, doesn't extract heat quickly, and it leaves a very soft finish on the surface of the glass. So with this hot torch, he'll heat specific area that he would like to get super hot so he can sculpt into or open up the top portion of the piece. So he'll be able to do some inside sculpting. Can we see the inside sculpting diagram? Here at the bench, at the bench, he has little tools that are designed to allow him to go into the bubble and sculpt out the specific areas of the face. As you can see there, that is a diagram of how he will go into the bubble. And so now he's just opening up the head so he'll be able to get into and access the walls. For those of you who are just joining us, welcome to the Hot Shop. We have the NCN Collective working with us. It's the last day of their 2-week residency. It has been such a joy to have such talent here in the Hot Shop creating these works that they have developed over the 2 weeks here with us at Museum of Glass will later be exhibited at a different point in time. So be sure to follow the collective to learn about when they will display these works and where they will exhibit them at a different point in time. So as he continues to sculpt out the characteristics of the face, to learn a little bit more about Martin Janecký, can we see his Meet the Artist video?
My name is Martin Janecký. I'm from Prague, Czech Republic, and I've lived and work in Fairbanks, Alaska as well. I've been blowing glass for about 17 years now, since '93, and it's all I know, and it's all I've been doing, and yeah, I never stopped. I love it every day. For about a year and a half, I've been making these figurative work, lots of like theatrical, and it's like a clowns, but it's not clowns, you know. It's a lot of circus theme work, focusing on expressions and the whole movement of the piece and stuff.
Yeah, I use the word Kafka-esque to describe your clowns. Would you think that's appropriate?
That's great.
Okay. You know, this sculpting is very technical, but then there's obviously this kind of undercurrent of emotion or confusion or angst or, you know, whatever it is. Each one's probably individual, but there's, you know, there's something under the surface rather than just the...
Yeah, it's not really happy stuff. I don't
Yeah.
make the happy. I think there's enough happy stuff.
The bright bumblebees and all that stuff.
I'm like, you know, I'm one of the happiest glassblower on earth, so I have to like balance it out with this stuff.
Okay.
So Martin is actually one of the most humble, talented glassblowers that we've ever met. He started working on the factory floor when the age of 13, and he became a master at the factory at the age of 21. He doesn't talk about his work a lot, but among glassblowers he's considered to be one of the best, especially considering his age. We're very privileged to have him here at the Museum of Glass this week.
I brought some parts from Alaska, and we're going to be putting together some larger figures. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's just, it kind of is lens nice and
Would you want it sitting on a hand, or would you want like a strip of cracks here, strip of cracks there?
I'm really thankful to be here and work with the team. Thank you.
So whenever you see a piece and it has this really awesome details of the sandblasting on the surface, first it has to be created in the hot shop. So Preston said about 30 to 40 hours can go into one piece. And so what happens is first you make the hot part in the hot shop, and it's kind of serves as a blank for then he's able to use that rubber material. If you saw earlier, he had a big mask and it had rubber on the top of it. That's a stencil that then allows him to sketch on top. After he sketches, he'll do the X-Acto knife and cut away all of the extra material, remove it, put it into a sandblasting machine, blast it, and that is how you get these really beautiful details on the surface. It'll remove the top layer of glass and it'll reveal the colors below the surface as they've built up colors while they were working. Up on the big screen, you'll be able to see the frog that will come out of this mask as they continue to work. There is a frog that's resting in the garage. They're going to pick up that frog and place it into the mouth of the mask. Thank you. So what is the average heat during the process? The glass in the furnace rests at about 2,100 degrees. And then while they're working, the reheating chambers rest at about 2,300 degrees. That little torch that makes that whistle noise, that gets up to about 5,000 degrees. That's a hot torch. And then whenever they use the fluffy torch, that gets up to about 2,500 degrees. And so they heat in certain areas where they need the heat to go to keep everything evenly heated throughout. The entire process consists of keeping this piece evenly heated to prevent thermal shock. And then they go into ovens to cool overnight, and those big black ovens is where all of the layers are brought down to a steady temperature overnight. And that rests at about 890. I, I'd like to wish a happy Father's Day to all the dads here in the hot shop, and if there are any dads on the live stream, I hope you guys are having a wonderful Father's Day. If you're ever interested in what's happening here in the hot shop and you can't come back to watch with us, you can always live stream with you can always get onto our live stream on our YouTube channel at Museum of Glass or at museumofglass.org under the hot shop tab. We're always live streaming the process Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5 p.m. Can we go over to the powder booth? I think they're sifting some color onto a part in the powder booth. Or, oh yeah, you can't really see it, but there's a little bowl of powder that Raven is dipping a part into, that green bowl of powder. But this is how we added color to this really large scale piece that Martin is working on here at the middle bench. Powder is one way to add color onto the surface of glass. Thank you. Welcome in for those of you who are just joining us here in the Hot Shop. The NCN Collective has been here working over the past 2 weeks, and this body of work that they've developed together here at the Hot Shop will later be displayed at a different point in time. It'll be exhibited, so be sure to follow their journey along. You can learn more about them on Instagram. You have Preston Singletary, Martin Janecký, Charlie Parriott, Joe David, Raven Skyriver, and Kelly Odell working with us here in the Hot Shop. The works created during this residency will be the basis for a future joint exhibition that showcases the collaboration as well as the individual works from the artists to demonstrate the convergence of their idea. The members of the NCN Collective have traversed through each other's lives, beginning in the late 70s between the Pacific Northwest and the Czech Republic through Pilchuk Glass School and various glass teams and studios, collaborating, traveling the world, teaching, demonstrating, and developing each of their unique individual approaches. And I'd like to give a special thank you to the Feel Their Fire residency sponsor, Jake Price. Feel Their Fire is a program in which artists can be selected to come and work and explore and experiment with their ideas here in the Hot Shop. It's a phenomenal program that we offer here at Museum of Glass. Can we see the future home of the Lino Tagliapietra Gallery, a legacy gallery slides? So as you guys can see, the galleries are currently closed and they will reopen in the fall. So please come back and visit us to experience the Lino Tagliapietra legacy galleries. Can we see the future home of the Lino Tagliapietra legacy gallery slides? So as we continue to reheat the piece here within the reheating chamber, it's really important that we keep the whole thing evenly heated throughout. And so we have to go into this chamber to give it a flash. This chamber here rests at about 2,300 degrees. The piece has to stay above 1,000 degrees during the process to prevent thermal shock. So that's why we have to go in and out of the chamber. And with the little torch there, that torch gets up to about 5,000 degrees. And as he concentrates it in specific areas, it'll get nice and hot. You'll see it start to flare that orange color, which indicates it's super soft. And then he'll be able to continue to add features to the face. So with the fluffy torch, you'll see, oh, on the big screen there, you'll be able to see the frog that Raven's been working on. The frog will come out of the mouth of this mask, and the tongue will stick out, and the frog will rest on the tongue. Here in the box, this is an oven where pieces are held at a steady temperature to be reworked in the process. And so the little body of the frog and its hands are within this garage. We call this a garage, and pieces are parked here and held at a steady temperature. And then when Martin's done sculpting, they will bring over the parts and they'll lay them on the face of the mask. As we continue to sculpt here in the hot shop, to learn a little bit more about the artist, a part of the NCN Collective, can we see Kelly Odell's Meet the Artist video?
I like to explore many different techniques in glass making. I feel like glass just has an endless amount of techniques to learn, and I like to sculpt glass, and I like to play with different techniques, and I like to combine different techniques too. In making the ammonites, they're kind of a challenging form to make. I think that's why I keep making them. It's like maybe trying to find the perfect wave. Yeah, what I like about the ammonites is that it's just kind of a cool index fossil that dates the layers of Earth. So I think it's an interesting idea that makes me think of our past. I feel like in making the ammonites, I started to cut them open and see what was happening on the inside. So I felt like what do I really love from that? What do I really love from that? Does it really have to be an ammonite or a shell or a thing? And then I felt like, well, let's just play around with the glass and let it do its fluid thing, and make marini and do color folds and chop it up and see what that looks like on the inside. I love how you can see them turning in the shop. It's flat as it's been cut through or something, and on the other side you have this beautiful pore surface. The surface of the glass hasn't really been touched, so it has this really beautiful quality of magnifying what's behind it. So I just want to see both of those sides. So I need to figure out a way to display those.
So in order to create different parts, you'll see that he's dipped into the furnace to gather up some glass. That little bit of glass they'll then add color to, and he'll sculpt out the parts. So when they're working here in the hot shop, they'll create all the pieces that are sculpted hot, and then later in the cold part of the process, which you don't get to see, they'll place rubber over the surface of the pieces, and Joe David and Preston Singletary will then carve out the certain parts of the rubber, and then when they sandblast it, that is how you remove the surface, add the details, and bring the color from below the surface to visible. And so the black portion of this piece was sandblasted away, and when they were creating, they layered the color. So the red came first, then they added black. And so we were talking about the shark earlier today, and Preston said that that piece on this cart to the left side of the hot shop takes about 30 to 40 hours to complete. So whenever they reheat the glass here at the reheating chamber, can we see the glory hole diagram? The glory holes here in the hot shop rest at about 2,300 degrees during the process, and they're only designed to reheat the glass. They're lined with hollow fire brick, which allow them to withstand those very high temperatures, and those are the chambers in front of the benches. Can we see the glory hole diagram? Up on the big screen, you'll be able to see they're powered by natural gas and forced air. In the morning, whenever they come in and get started for the day, they light up the reheating chambers, and it takes about 1 hour to get up to the 2,300 degrees, and it'll rest between 21 and 2,300 degrees during the process. And then in order to create, they gather glass from the furnace, and the furnaces rest at about 2,100 degrees. If you look up at the big screen there, you'll see they're powered also by natural gas and forced air. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. As we work here in the hot shop and we start to take glass from the furnaces, Unfortunately, it doesn't just magically reappear. That would be great. But our hot shop technician has to recharge and refill our furnaces with glass. And so, to learn a little bit about the glass within the furnaces, could we see the charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Yeah, when they get to the point of the process, that's a great question. When they get to the point in the process where they're ready to put the piece away to rest and cool down overnight, it goes into the black boxes on the left or the right side of the hot shop, and these are known as annealing ovens, and they hold the glass at a steady temperature until it comes back down to room temp overnight. And now we're at the point in the process where Martin has began to close the top portion of this mask. He had been inside sculpting, and now he's done with that portion of sculpting, and so he'll remove this piece from he'll remove this piece from the initial pipe they started on, and then he'll probably have to transfer it to be able to sculpt the opposite side and to add the frog, the tongue, and the frog's hands. So you'll see Kelly is hitting that end point there, that connection point with the heat. This area goes into the reheating chamber last and it comes out first, but this area needs to stay just as warm as the rest of the piece. It's what connects us to the process, and so that's why she's torching it at the end of the rod. So now in a moment, Martin will gather up some glass and shape it at the end of the rod to create a connection point. So then he'll be able to transfer this mask from the initial blowpipe they started on to a transfer rod to work on the opposite side. For those of you who are just joining us, we have the NCN Collective here, which consists of Preston Singletary, Kelly Odell, Martin Janecký, Raven Skyriver, Charles Parriott, and Joe David. This collective, their lives have been woven together since the 70s, and they've come from the Czech Republic and through Pilchuk Glass School. They've created in hot shops near and far, and this body of work that they've produced with us over the past 2 weeks will later be exhibited, and it'll showcase their abilities of their individual talent as well as their collective talent. I don't know exactly where they will exhibit this work, but follow them on Instagram or Google the NCN Collective and learn more about them, and later they will probably announce where the work will be exhibited. My name is Emily, and if you guys have questions, feel free to ask. I'll be happy to answer your questions. Can we see the image of the frog on the tongue? So then that way they have an understanding of the pieces we will add in a moment. On the big screen there, you'll be able to see the mouth of the mask, the frog, and the tongue of the mask. This little frog is currently resting in the garage, which is the silver oven here on the left side of the hot shop. When they're ready, they're gonna pick it up and place it properly with the mask. Martin will make space for the tongue, but he has to be able to do that by accessing this opposite side of the piece. And so now we're going to transfer this piece. On the left side of the hot shop, Martin is currently blowing into the end of the rod to make a sculptural punty. As you can see, the glass, it's orange when it's hot, but it's just clear. When we gather glass out of the furnace, that furnace rests at about 2,100 degrees. So the glass looks orange only because it's hot, but when it cools down, you'll be able to see it's clear. He'll put a little water over the surface of the glass. Thermal shock will set in, and when he taps the rod, it'll release the mask. And then into the reheating chamber to flash the body of the piece to heat a specific area, and then he'll start to clean up that area or just open it up so he can access the bubble. Whenever the glass glows that pretty orange color, that indicates it's super hot, super soft, and very malleable, so they can continue to enhance the shape of the glass. So here in the hot shop, you can see the clear parts of the additional bits of glass from the transfer rods. That connection point is later removed by the process of cold working, which consists of different diamond bits of, like, they can be belts that are sanders, or they can be tables, and those saws are able to remove extra glass and polish the glass as if it was never transferred off. You will never, there'll be no memory of that clear glass, and that is behind the hot shop. That's a cold work shop. So we have a cold working artist here. She's one of the best. She's the best, and she cold works everybody's work. And yeah, so there's a cold process as just as, you know, intense as the hot process. So we're at the point in the process where he's cleaning up the bottom portion and closing the bubble. Then they may blow some more air to stretch out the bottom portion where the mouth will be. We'll see in a moment. At the connection point, you'll see that he's torching that clear part of the glass. We want this area to stay just as warm as the rest of the piece. This area goes into the reheating chamber last. The reheating chamber in front of the bench rests at about 2,300 degrees while they're creating. And we want the whole piece to stay evenly heated. And so that's why they torch the connection point. At the very bottom where Martin is currently using the hot torch, that torch gets up to about 5,000 degrees. Whenever you see the glass start to glow that beautiful orange color, that indicates it's super hot and it's super soft, which then allows them to stretch out the glass to enhance the shape, add a crease, add a design, or just to blow it. So now he'll go over to the table. He's just he's shaping that bottom portion. You'll see these steel pipes. They're not the best conductor of heat. And so the heat does not travel down the steel rod. It will get a little warm where they need to grip the pipe. So whenever it gets a little warm, they will water it off at the pipe cooler to cool it down. But steel is not a good conductor of heat, and so that's why these steel rods are great for the process. Hot glass likes to stick to hot steel. And that allows us to be able to blow the glass or sculpt out solid glass from the furnace. So can we see the furnace diagram? The furnaces here in the hot shop are the silver tanks with the doors on the front of them. This is where all the glass rests. With these steel rods, we're able to dip into the furnace and gather glass. We can either keep it solid or we can blow into the end of the rod to create a bubble. As you can see, the furnaces are powered by natural gas and forced air. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. Thank you. So now Martin is sculpting out the face portion, the mouth portion of this mask. Can we see the frog resting on the tongue? He's going to create space to add the tongue and to add the frog and the frog's hands. And the frog is resting currently within the garage. The garage is this silver oven on the left side of the hot shop. And Raven already sculpted out the frog. And Raven's here on the right side of the hot shop. The NCN Collective consists of 6 artists that have come together to showcase their individual and collective skill sets. I can tell you guys a little bit more about the group of artists that are here with us. The members of the NCN Collective have traversed through each other's lives beginning in the late 70s between the Pacific Northwest and the Czech Republic through Pilchuck Glass School and various glass teams and studios, collaborating and traveling the world, teaching, demonstrating, and developing each of their unique individual approaches. The NCN Collective is a creative group of glassmakers and Indigenous artists that include Preston Singletary, Martin Janecký, Raven Skyriver, Kelly Odell, Charles Parriott, and Joe David. The NCN stands for Nuu-chah-nulth, the tribe that Joe David comes from. With their lives woven together, some over 4 decades, they collaborate in bringing life to contemporary native sculptures and innovative glass techniques. Using innovative glass techniques. Concepts and designs of the Tlingit and Nuu-chah-nulth tribes resonate through their unique glass sculptures. I've showed most of the artist videos, and I'll continue to play them again after lunch, but I didn't get to show Preston's this morning. So to learn a little bit more about Preston Singletary, can we please see Preston's Meet the Artist video?
first thing I developed was the hat form. That was one of the most obvious sort of glass blown
Can we turn it up
things,
just a little
because
bit?
we all make bowls that, you know, flare out like that. If you flip it upside down, it's a hat. So it became sort of a canvas for transferring the design onto the glass. And what I didn't even realize and discovered purely by accident was, you know, we placed this hat form under a light, you know, coming directly down. All of a sudden these shadows appeared, you know, underneath the bowl, and it's like a perfect registration of the design in a shadow form. And so I like to think of that as almost like a spirit within the piece. Yeah, I guess I got a lot of recognition for what I was doing as, you know, being a Native American artist. And at that time there just wasn't very many people doing it. And that maybe planted the seed in my head, you know, to sort of maybe connect it in the end with my cultural roots. It was a real evolution from, you know, my glassblowing skills to the designing skills and trying to make it look like Northwest Coast art. I really had to reinvent myself in terms of understanding the design work. And the deeper I got into that, the more I realized I needed to learn. I started taking workshops with other people who were teaching the form line style. I had to really kind of understand the context of the designs and how they related to the mythologies.
The salmon piece is going to be, we'll sculpt this form, and then after the piece is cooled, then I'll add this kind of a design work, this kind of stylized Northwest Coast design.
I have a natural connection to glass, you know, because I've been doing it for 35 years. And I really wanted to just see how far I could go with it. And so I continue to work primarily in glass because there's a lot of stuff to explore. My journey to, you know, connecting the culture to my understanding of it has been a real transformation for me, because in the end it's really about community and family. I think once you become a keeper of cultural knowledge, it becomes a responsibility. I like to try to represent my tribe and my community. That's why, you know, I don't dabble in other people's cultural style. When I do that, it's always collaboratively, so I'm trying to bring people over into the glass world by collaborating with them and showing an example of what can be done, because I have the skills to do it. It's exciting to see, because I think that in the end, it sort of reflects a cultural perspective, and in my opinion, you know, what better place to operate from than this connection? You know, you have this history, and I feel like if I were successful with my work, I would just be, you know, inspiring the next generation to do something in their own way. A few years ago, I had my first solo show here at the Museum of Glass, but you know, I'm currently working on an exhibition called Raven in the Box of Daylight. It's going to be opening up in 2017. As you walk through the exhibition, you'll get sort of a thread of the story about Raven, who brought the sun and the moon and the stars to the world and gave it to mankind as a gift. You know, to make a living as an artist is really pretty special. To sort of solidify in the consciousness of the collectors, you know, people that support the artwork, that glass is an accepted material. I mean, sometimes we have these kind of cultural corrals that we're kept in, you know, in terms of, well, this is traditional and this is contemporary, and I think that we're trying to break down those barriers a bit. Good.
Preston Singletary.
Yahoo!
Today in the hot shop from 1 to 2 p.m. The collective will have a panel talk, so if you're interested in learning more about the NCN Collective, stick around, and from 1 to 2 they will talk about, they'll be interviewed by our curatorial team here at Museum of Glass, and they will talk all about their work and what they've done over the past 2 weeks here in the hot shop. So now they've brought in over the tongue from being sculpted out, and he'll release this and then continue to clean up the shape. The process when they create in the hot shop is then followed up with sandblasting. So Joe, David, and Preston, they'll lay rubber over the surface of the glass, and then they will carve into the rubber. When they remove that those bits that they carve away, when they sandblast the surface of the glass, that is how you'll get the details. Sandblasting is a technique in which it can remove the top layer and reveal the layers of color beneath the surface that they layer while they're creating in the hot shop. So it starts as a bubble, and the bubble gets color. The bubble gets layers and layers of color if they would like, and then they expose it at a different point in the process by removing the surface and adding these really beautiful carvings to the glass. And now he'll place on the mask, the face of the frog. That part was resting here in the garage. They'll get it nice and hot and they'll knock it onto the tongue. Can we see the sketch of the tongue and the frog? From 1 to 2 o'clock, we'll have an artist panel talk. You can learn more about the collective if you stick around when this piece is finished. We'll say maybe, you know, closer to 1 o'clock. I don't know the exact hour and time, but after they're done with this piece, they'll have an artist talk, artist panel talk. Hot glass is super sticky, and so in order for them to put this on the proper way, they only have one attempt. And so they just did a check, and they'll get both parts nice and hot enough to where they'll fuse when they do stick together. Welcome to the Hot Shop. For those of you who are just joining us, the NCN Collective has been here working in the Hot Shop over the past 2 weeks. The work they developed over this time with us here in the Hot Shop is a new body of work highlighting their individual and collective skill sets, which will be exhibited at a different point in time. If you have any interest in learning when they'll exhibit it, follow them along. You can learn more about them at museumofglass.org. Just select the NCN Collective tab and read about them and follow their journey as they continue to create in different studios around the States. They can only stay out of the reheating chamber for so long. They have to keep this piece nice and evenly heated, and so that's why he constantly goes back into this reheating chamber during the process.
1, 2. Checking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, 9, 10. Check 1, 2, 3. It's a little quiet. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's a little quiet, but it's okay. Testing this microphone. Check, check.
If you look up at the big screen, you'll be able to see how he's heating the hands of the frog and he's placing them where they belong. Whenever the glass glows orange and you touch it to another part of the glass, it'll fuse together properly. Also, I hope you all are having a happy Father's Day to all the dads here in the hot shop and in the audience. Happy Father's Day. Yeah, give them a round of applause. Thank you for all the work you do.
more. Testing this mic. Check 1, 2, testing. Can you guys hear me? You right here? Can you hear me on this microphone? Can you hear me?
They'll add the finishing touches to the sculptural parts, just the intricate details, and then we'll be closer to possibly placing it into the oven where it'll rest overnight to prevent thermal shock. When they complete this piece and put it away, we will have a panel talk and the artists will share information about themselves, their work, and their NCN Collective. So now Trent will get suited up and they'll slowly prepare to remove this piece from off the end of the rod. The Kevlar gloves that Trenton has on, these mittens, will protect him from physically being burned, but he can still feel the heat through the materials. The glass is, you know, closer to 2,000 degrees when they remove it from the end of the rod, so every step he takes, it's heavy and it's hot. So he'll heat that connection point, make sure it's super high. He'll carve into it to create tension within the area. And then when he lays water over the glass, thermal shock will set in, which will help remove the piece. And when he taps the pipe, the vibrations will help it come off the end of the rod. He'll cinch it, he'll get under it. And with a little water, he'll lay it over the glass. Thermal shock will set in, he'll tap it. Let's give them a big round of applause. Clap it up. It's the NCN Collective and the Hot Shop team. It'll go into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight. And how about, let's do it again. One more big round of applause. Clap it up. In just a moment, we will have a panel talk, so stick around if you'd like to learn more about the NCN Collective, and they will have a talk for about 1 hour, and then we'll be back after the break to do it till glass blowing again till 5.
Greetings, everyone. We'll be starting momentarily. We're going to have a panel discussion with the NCN Collective, so just hold tight. Greetings, everyone. Hope you all are doing well today. Hope you all got a chance to watch the NCN Collective do their thing. Welcome, everyone, to this panel discussion. My name is Jabari Owens-Bailey, and I am an curatorial education program manager here at Museum of Glass. And I'm going to be moderating this panel discussion today. We would like to, first off, thank all of you all for attending today. Thank Jake Price, who helped to fund this residency through the Fuel Their Fire residency. And we also would like to start off with a land acknowledgement. Museum of Glass acknowledges and is grateful to be located on the traditional homelands of the Puyallup tribe and Coast Salish peoples. The Puyallup people have lived on and stewarded these lands since the beginning of time and continue to do so today. We recognize that this land acknowledgement is one small step towards meaningful allyship and will continue to build inclusive and respectful partnerships to amplify the voices, experiences, and histories of these communities. So, the NCN Collective is a creative group of glassmakers and Indigenous artists that includes Preston Singletary. Maybe everybody can raise their hand as I introduce them. Martin Janecký, Raven Skyriver, Kelly Odell, Charles Parriott, and unfortunately not here with us today is Joe David. NCN stands for Nuu-chah-nulth. Am I saying that correctly? All right. The tribe that Joe David comes from, with their lives woven together, some over 4 decades, this group collaborates in bringing to life contemporary native sculpture using innovative glass techniques. Concepts and designs of the Tlingit and Nuu-chah-nulth tribes resonate through their unique glass sculptures. During this 2-week residency, the artists have worked together in the hot shop with our amazing hot shop team here to develop a new body of work that draws on their artistic voices. The works created during the residency will be the basis for a future joint exhibition that showcases the collaboration as well as individual works from the artists to demonstrate the convergence of their ideas. The purpose of this panel discussion is to have each of them have a chance to express the ideas behind the collaboration and the role that each person plays. And we would like to start off with a spiritual invocation by Preston Singletary.
Thank you. So since Joe David is not here, he's our mentor and elder, and I met him in the summer of 2000. We were working together at the Pilchuck Glass School, and at that point he adopted me, essentially gave me his name, which is significant in the Native culture because over a period of your life you can receive names throughout your lifetime, which denotes, some kind of change or just, bringing that person into the family, Joe David's family, his tribal connection, and four of us have carried names given by Joe David. So, usually he's here. In the old days, he'd be at every opening I had, and he would do a great job, like speaking well and sharing songs. But he can't be with me every time, and so now that I'm becoming an elder, my gray hair, I have to be bold and brave to do these things. But he shared these songs with me, and this one is an entrance song. It's a family song of his that he gave to me, and so I'll do a little quick rendition of it. And I've never done this before, and I don't have my drum, so I'm going to try to use my got an electronic drum here. So here we go. Whoa, whoa, oh, whoa, oh, he, oh, hey, ana, hey, ana, hey, ana, hey, ana, hey, ana. Hey oh, hey ana, hey oh, why can't hey oh, hey oh, hey ana, why choose to quana, hey ana, hey ana, hey ana, hey, whoa, whoa, oh, whoa, oh, he oh, hey ana, hey ana, hey ana, hey ana, hey oh, hey ana, hey oh, why can't Thank you. That's a wolf entrance song. So the work that we're doing here, bringing the native culture alive in various ways, which we'll talk about. This is what the art sounds like, and what we're doing in the hot shop is what the art looks like.
All right, let's give it up once again for Preston Singletary. That was pretty amazing. I was going to read off one or two sentences about each of these artists, but I think that would be better coming from them. So I'm going to let everybody kind of like briefly introduce yourselves, and then we're going to, I guess, lay out some of the ground rules for the panel discussion, and then go from there. So,
well, I'll start since I have the mic. My name is Preston Singletary. My Nuu-chah-nulth name is Kakauanchith, means transforming killer whale. Grew up around the tribe of glass blowers in Seattle, and I continue to live and work there today.
Hey everybody, my name is Martin Janecký. Was born in Czech Republic, 1980, a long time ago, and I've been blowing glass for over 30 years now, and this work, my working with this group is really about connection because we know each other for so long, and besides, you know, I've been like sculpting my own stuff, but this is a very, very special thing for me and for everybody, so that's it.
I am Raven Skyriver, and I grew up on Lopez Island and got into glass in high school, and met Preston, I think, around the same time, and Joe, someone I've known ever since I was a little kid, and it's interesting how our lives kind of intersect and diverge and then come back together, and it's just been super special working with this group of artists, and for the vision of Joe and Charlie and Preston to bring us together in this way to create this beautiful art collaboratively. It's something that none of us would do on our own because we all bring something to the table. So it's really a privilege and an honor to be here working in this space with this incredible hot shop team and with this team of people who I consider family.
Hi everybody, my name's Kelly Odell. Thanks for being here today, and my Nuu-chah-nulth name is Mama Kitchen, which means dragonfly, and I've been making glass for 30 years and still learning something new every day. Like Raven said, it's a huge honor to be here, working with my glass family here and working with the team here too. We're so grateful to be here.
My name is Charlie Parriott, and I'm not a native of the Northwest. I'm from the New York area, a grumpy Yankee, as my friends call me sometimes. But I've been living in the Northwest since I came to the Pilchuck Glass School in 1974. And there's all sorts of connections here with this group of people that weave in and out. For example, the first human being I ever met in Washington State is the guy that taught Raven how to blow glass, and on Lopez Island. And it's just, there's that connection, and that's just an example of how this glass community worldwide is really a very special group of people that look out for each other and really support each other. And the Pacific Northwest is an incredible example of that attitude. And this museum embodies a lot of the super positive energy that the glass movement is about. And I like to say that the hippie movement had to go somewhere, and one place it drifted into was the glass movement. And I think that it's, you know, at this point in time, it turns out to be a valuable resource for some sort of humanity and some residual spirituality that needs to be enhanced and we need to be reminded of. Anyway, I'm happy to be here too. This team of glassmakers here at the museum I'm very close to, so it's good to be home.
All right, all right. Thank you all so much for introducing yourselves. So for the purposes of this panel discussion, we're going to ask questions, and anybody that wants to respond to each question has about 2 to 3 minutes to respond. We're going to try to keep it brief so we can get through a lot of these questions, and then after that, we're going to have a Q&A with the audience. The first question I have, which I think you all have kind of addressed somewhat in your introductions, but maybe you can go into more of the specifics, was how did this beautiful collaboration just come about, and what were the origins of it?
Yeah, so Charlie and I've known him since I was 15, growing up in Wallingford up in Seattle, and he gave me my first glass blowing lesson, advocated for me to get a job in the factory at the Glass Eye Studios. So fast forward several years, we've had many adventures together, traveling to Europe, and where I met my wife by chance, and in Sweden, and we got married. She moved to Seattle, fortunately, so I could continue working with glass. But so at one point, Charlie, you know, Martin and I have known each other for 20 years. And we talked about collaborating, you know, at various times, crisscrossing through each other's lives at openings and, you know, glass schools and what have you. And Charlie said, well, you know, Martin built this beautiful studio in Prague, and, you know, he's wanting to have people come out and work. And so, so that was the first, it was under Charlie's behest, let's go there together and let's, you know, see what happens. And he had an idea of, you know, illustrating this cross, you know, intercontinental way of working. We all work together, understand each other's techniques, and some people have, you know, very specialized techniques. And, you know, I've connected my own glassmaking practice to my Tlingit background, you know, from southeast of Alaska, and I've been focusing on that since about, very seriously since about 1987. So, or yeah, 87, 88, wasn't about till about 90s, mid 90s, and I just dedicated myself to that process. So, so we went there and we started working, and Martin said, well, you know, I can make these, you know, let's blend techniques, let's blend, you know, let's collaborate, whatever we, you know, make whatever you think. And he says, hey, well, if I were to make these heads, these faces that, you know, that I do that look like some old Czech guy or something. So I said, well, you know, let's look at some native faces. Let's look at some portraits of native people and see if we can emulate, you know, bring those details into it. And then kind of, and that's how it started. And it's changed quite a bit, a lot. And I could sit here for another half an hour and explain that. But I will let other people speak to this as well, how this came together. Anybody want to comment on that? Charlie?
Thank you, Preston. So my background is I was invited to study in Prague in 1985 by Stanislav Lubensky, who was the dawn of sculptural glass in that region of the world. And it was like as if Elvis Presley called you up and said, hey man, can you play bass in my band for a while? Just, you know, like the guy invited me over here, and I'm like, I don't believe it. So that started my interaction with the Czech Republic, and eventually I went back there on a Fulbright in '96 to really to be an artist in residence, but to study the secondary school, the high school level of glass education in that country is the best in the world. It's phenomenal. Martin Janecký is a student of that system. He comes out of that system, and also he has glassmaking in his family tradition for generations. So what I was doing is I was lecturing on North American studio glass. That was what I chose to talk about while I was staying there. And Martin attended a few of my lectures and saw some activities and some artwork that he'd never seen before that came out of the Pilchuck School and the people who teach and work there in the off season. So that's really how we came together. We talked about it. He said, I got to come there. And I said, the door's open, you know, come on. So ambitious man over here. So he shows up and digs in. So the rest is history at that level. But when we really assessed Martin's trajectory in the glass field and his constant improvement and expanding of his experiments and his skills and his techniques, Preston is also at the same kind of juncture. He's always like trying something new, but still, you know, trying to stay on a path with his work and messaging through his work. So it seemed like they're both really at the current peak of their development. So I collaborated with an Emmy Award-winning filmmaker named Peter West. And Peter West and I have been working on a film of this collaboration since October of 23. And we filmed in Martin's studio. We filmed at the studio of Kelly and Raven on Lopez Island a year ago. We're joined by Joe David, and then this, all of a sudden, something new was going on, you know. So it's as if you look at it like a film, we got 3 new cast members in the film, and moved on from there to the Pilchuck Glass School, and we are going to go back to Prague in late September of this year for one more round, and it's still growing. There will be a film to accompany the exhibition that we plan to stage in 2028 here at the Museum of Glass, and I hope we can premiere the film here as well.
I just want to add, like, this connection that didn't become that we started working together on this project. We had this connection since we met, all of us, you know, me and Preston, me and Raven. We kind of grew up together in a shop, like in sculpting, and like I made my first like sculpted thing from the inside with him. You know, we were in the same classes, and so I think like all the work comes from really all these years we've been kind of, you know, crossing paths and working together, and this is a great opportunity for all of us, including Kelly and Raven and Preston, just to be in one place and just kind of focus on the body of work, which is what we have some kind of guidance, but we also like try to put a lot of our own ways how to do things, you know, and we all have different weapons, you know, of like in sculpting and glass, and we all like shoot same time. So it's really special for everybody. I think it's like we're just this one, only one functional family in the world.
All right. Thank you all so much for that response. The next question that I want to ask is about the importance of Native American culture to this collective, and also your individual artistic practices as well.
Oh boy, how much time do we have?
And responses to 2 to 3 minutes
2 to 3
each.
minutes, right? Yeah, to get really deep here. You know, of course, growing up and you know, as a glassblower, I eventually connected it to my cultural background, and lo and behold, people started buying my work. And I think people realized there was something much more deeper going on, more personal, and that's how I found my niche. You know, I found, and so I had to really, you know, go back and learn a lot about the culture. Connecting with people like Joe David, of course, was a big step and became my mentor, opened my eyes to lots of spiritual practices, native ceremonies and what have you. But so fortunately, I mean, since we all have a connection, Raven has Tlingit ancestry. Joe, like I said, Joe kind of bestowed these names upon us because of this moment that we had together, making work. And so we were thinking of it as a theme, working on, it's a lot of what I do is trying to bring Native culture into, the contemporary art world. And so I think there's a really great sort of longer, deeper conversation about that. But so when we have this connection with Joe, we feel like, it's great because we have, he shares with us so much, and he gives us, like a sense of calm around it, like Martin pointed out, like he makes us all calm, and we're all on good behavior when he's around because he's, and so he loves us and wishes he could be here. He had pressing issues or not issues. He had another group he had to meet up in back home in Tofino. So we love bringing this, these perspectives to the work, and it's a great sort of jump-off point. So that's where we find ourselves dealing with these Native themes and relation to mythology, history, lots of things that are really, really. With glass, you have like an audience, for the material, and then when you show them something with a deeper context, I think that people are really responding to that and seeing that Native culture progressing into, not progressing, not that it needed to progress, but that it's navigating into the fine art world. Native American art was excluded from the fine art world for years, and so now we're just getting a foothold and moving forward and making great gains.
Yeah, I just speak to that question a little bit. I think it's a shame that Joe's not here, but like Preston said, he had to go back to Tofino and for a meeting with some of his other tribal friends and elders, and Joe really is our elder. He's the one that ties us together, and in the Native community, being an elder is certainly a place of respect and a holder of knowledge, and he's that person to us. He is the keeper of songs. He's the keeper of stories. He is the person that gives us our names, and he helps give us direction. And he's an extremely well-recognized and respected artist in his own right, and he has an incredible sense of design and sense of form. So, like I said, I've known him since I was a young child, and he would come to my father's shop and just carve a mask in a day. He would just, boom, take a chunk of wood and make a mask and paint it the next day. And he just has this innate ability to see form in anything. He can take a tooth and carve it into a frog, a killer whale, or a sperm whale tooth, or whatever it is. And he's kind of magic in that way. And this collaboration, like Martin was saying, it didn't start 3 years ago or 4 years ago in Prague. It didn't start just since we met, just the two of us, or Kelly and I met. It's kind of this thing that's somewhere there's a seed back there where it started, and we never knew where that point was, but our lives have really intersected on so many levels. And so I think maybe the main binding point for all of us is Pilchuck Glass School. And that's where we really spent time together, growing together, learning together, and going in the sweat with Joe David and hearing the stories and receiving names. And Preston was a big part of a project up there to carve a totem pole and that pole was raised in honor of Annie Halberg and Dale Chihuly, the founders of Pilchuck Glass School. But that also really infused the native influence into the school again. I mean, that area is kind of a spooky place. It's just, it has power to it. Not just the school, but that land is incredibly powerful. You go there and you feel that vibe. And I think when we were all there together, we really just gelled. And so I think that's a big piece of the puzzle that brought us all together, and why this collaboration exists now. So, yeah.
All right, thank you all so much. Another question I have, because we have Kelly Odell up here, I just wanted to see how important it was to include a feminine voice and perspective with this exhibition and collaboration process.
I'm curious about that too. I don't know, is that a question for me or a question for you guys?
It's a question for you and everyone else too.
So I feel super honored to be working with all these incredible artists. And they're a bunch of good guys. They're pretty easy on me, so it's okay. I'm okay. I feel like I learn a lot watching these guys work together, and I feel like some things that I have to offer, maybe mostly technical, maybe some technical knowledge that I can add to the mix, like helping with color choices, or I love color puzzles. I guess, I don't know, what do you think? What do I do? Sometimes composition, making choices with last minute composition choices are really fun to do. I'm really learning my way here. This is a new collaboration for me, and I'm having fun kind of finding my place in this amazing group. I feel like I love being around these guys, and they feel like family to me, so yeah. Is that okay?
Yeah, I might just say a couple things. Kelly's a little bit shy. She doesn't talk about herself too much. It's hard to talk about yourself, but Kelly really anchors us. She's super steady and a calming force, and yeah, she has an amazing understanding and knowledge of color and color application, and she's a huge part of what we do. She's got a great vision of composition, and she helps us, you know, in those moments. You can look at something so long where you're basically blind, and you're like, don't know if you love it or you hate it. But Kelly's got a great objective sense where she can say, oh, what about this? You know, let's try this, or let's move that over a little, or you know, just a really good sense of form and understanding of composition. So, and she also made a collaborative piece here earlier this week that I don't know if any of you saw, but it was a snail shell on a figure that Martin made, and so yeah, keeps us all together, holds us together. She's our mama kitchen, so. Yeah.
And also, I want to add that this Raven and Kelly kind of got on board last year. So, and then this project really involves, and as we work together, like this was a really important 2 weeks, but it really just, the whole project's going to evolve in the future, and it's like Kelly's position in this is going to be super strong. You know, you'll see in a final show when it's going to be all together. So we all growing together in this, you know. So it's we all have our super strong spots, and Kelly's gonna have one as well. So she already is. But as far as like representing what she knows, what she makes, you know, so it's everyone, we're still working on it and stuff. So it's gonna happen. So.
All right. My next question is about cross-cultural influences. How does Czech glassmaking tradition connect with and support Native American themes, stories, and artistic expression? Because that's such an interesting collaboration of two different cultures from disparate places.
I got an answer for that. No, it's, I think the most, really what I think, it's the work, what comes out of this thing, it's really about my connection with these people. It's really, it doesn't, you know, I have some, of course, it comes from a tradition of glass blowing, blah, 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 and all that, but I think like mostly I belong to Northwest as well because I spend so much time and I'm so inspired by these people I work with right now, and it's really, I'm focusing on really brings out what I see in these people, not in myself, you know. So it's, can I use my techniques and everything, but it really comes from my connection to all these people, all the work. So I put my great Czech tradition on a side for this.
It's been interesting to observe this group coming together because everybody's, you know, got a different focus, a different angle, a different history, but I think that probably what's going on here with this group right now is something brand new to the glass movement altogether. And you know, where, for example, you know, we live most of the time in the cities, like Preston and I live in Seattle, you know, and Martin lives in one of the most beautiful cities in the Northern Hemisphere, and, you know, he's very urban, but he also gets out to the country, and I think Kelly and Raven have another influence on them altogether by living on Lopez Island. It's a different pace and all that, but you know, when you mix all that up and the talent that's here with these four people, and then the narrative side of the relationship with a person who has great insight with Joe David, it's a new thing. I really think that when all said and done, looking back at this time will prove out some other ideas. So you're all part of this, just watching these folks work, because it's a brand new direction, and I don't think we've crossed those tracks before.
I mean, I don't know if you know, it's something that I think about is like this whole, I mean, a lot of the native culture stuff, there's a lot of zoomorphic, you know, imagery and transformation and things, you know, Martin's ability to make this really hyper-realistic looking face, and I always, you know, I said, I mean, it's nothing new really, but, you know, there's the Kafkaesque, you know, kind of thing. It was funny to hear Greg, our buddy Greg, who worked here for a long time, talk about that, you know, surrealist kind of thing. And you know, it's like you see this beautifully sculpted face and like a frog, you know, crawling on the face. It's just kind of a nice juxtaposition. I think that's a lot of fun to work with.
All right. Well, I think I'm going to ask you to probably expand on that a little bit, because I was very curious about what does glass as a medium bring to contemporary Native American artistic practices, and why more so than some other materials, and does some of that shift have to do with the growing scarcity of wood and forest?
That was one thing that, you know, when I started, you know, working collaboratively with, or taking stock of, you know, how many Native American people working in glass. At the time, back in 2003, I was helping advise on a little group show. There's about 14 artists at the time, and now there's a show called Clearly Indigenous. It's traveling around, and it features about 35 plus artists, and so the numbers are growing. And as I was saying earlier, you know, the Native American culture has been excluded from the fine art world, and so by using glass, you know, and where we're at right now, it's an amazing opportunity to garner some attention for what you know, for the culture, for the work that we're doing, and you know, the thing is that you talk a lot about this cultural corral that, you know, Native American people are sort of boxed into. It's like, well, you people did this, you know, this anthropological point of view. You people used to do it this way, and, you know, well, you don't do that anymore. Joe David was the one that pointed out that, you know, the materials that we use for the cultural arts, you know, in the Northwest especially, the big cedar trees for totem poles, for dugout canoes, old growth cedar, where you used to make the finest masks and carvings from the old wood, and it's becoming harder to come by. So the needs of the people will be manifested in new materials, you know, to keep the stories and symbols alive. And so that's at least the way that I think about it. That's a kind of a mission for me to, you know, it's like what I do obviously isn't traditional, but the longer I do it, the more traditional it will become.
It's okay to clap.
I just wanted to speak a little bit to that perspective of like, yeah, what the perceived tradition is, and what maybe the reality is slightly different than our assumption. And you know, obviously, there's artists all around the world, and the natives specifically of the Pacific Northwest, you know, maybe from a colonial perspective, we would think, oh, they're less advanced because we had steel and we had these other things when white people came over here. But obviously, these societies were highly advanced and had, you know, these structures of, you know, hunter-gatherer. Also, there was an extremely advanced art form that was already here. So the native kind of the perspective is always, there were always artists. They're always making whatever they could get their hands on. They were making art out of it, and all the functional objects had artwork included into it. And so, like, the native culture here and all across North America just exuded art, and you could see as soon as they saw glass and got glass, there was value in it. And you can see the seed bead work and stuff of native artists like Marcus Ammerman and stuff. He's contemporized that art form, but glass was latched onto immediately and turned into something that had value and was immediately assimilated into native art forms. So I mean, obviously it's not the same as blown glass, but we saw value in that immediately, and I think this is kind of obviously a long ways down the road, but it's just an evolution of that kind of need to create and seeing value and beauty in this art form that is glass. So I don't know if that makes sense, but
I think that makes a lot of sense. Well, I have a few questions written down, but one of them that you just kind of caused me to have off the top of my head is, do you all think that people expect kind of like native artistic expression to be static and to not evolve?
I mean, it is evolving, and Preston's a great example of taking a traditional art form and making it contemporary. I think the best art really adheres to tradition. Like the form line design work that Preston does has a strict regimen about how these forms fit together and how they work together as a greater design. But you can take that formula and make it into something contemporary, and that's, I think, where the most interesting art comes from. So I really see a lot of Native artists that are sticking within the confines of tradition while making contemporary art, and I love seeing that. That's where the strongest art comes from, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, the thing is, you know, if we think about the glass history, you know, the way that we work with glass is pretty young, relatively young. So it's not any wonder why, you know, Native artists or any other indigenous artists didn't, you know, none of us had access to working with glass in this way. This is relatively 60 years old. It started, we call it the studio glass movement, to give it a name. That's where we're all sort of find ourselves operating within that context. And so, you know, now that we have access to it, I think Native American culture has been one of the biggest anthropological studies in history. You know, they again, like I was saying, and kind of in a joking way, like the people that like to study anthropology would give it, like to categorize everything and say, well, at some point they stopped using this and they started using that. And so I feel like it is something that, yes, we're now able to access the glass, and we can, you know, that's where we find ourselves, and that's pretty cool.
All right, thank you so much for that answer. Another question I had was for Charlie Parriott. As one of the senior figures in the field of glass, how does it feel to serve as an elder statesman of the NCN Collective? And I also wanted to ask Joe David about being a senior a spiritual leader in the collective as well. And so maybe you all can kind of answer those questions together.
Sure. I'm sorry I couldn't hear from down here. It's hard to hear in here sometimes, but somebody warned me that as you get older, become an elder, don't become elderly. And but my perspective on it is generational, and you know, I'm 73, so at this point we've lost some really great artists, you know, over time. A year ago we lost a great man, Peter Novotny, and he was a great ambassador of Czech glass to the world. And he's just a wonderful man, very generous person, and an absolute contemporary of mine. We met calling each other Mr. And we were having lunch with one other Mr. who was translating our luncheon, and I said, wait a minute, what year were you born? And Peter said, 1952. And then the translator said, hey, I was born in 1952 also. And I'm like, all right, let's cut the Mr. this and that stuff. Like, let's just get down to brass tacks here. And, you know, I'm wearing a shirt with this A on it, and it means, it represents an innovative glass factory called Ayeto. And Ayeto means, and it is, or voila, Ayeto, it's done, finished. So that was the name of Peter's factory, and it still exists. It's under other ownership now, but in its day, artists from all over Europe would come to make glass with his teams. Martin traveled with Peter all over the world and learned from him a lot of process and the ability of how to travel even, you know. So like, you know, we lose people along the way, but we don't forget them. And this house right here where we are really represents so much of that togetherness that I was talking about before. And, you know, it's obviously it's going to continue. And the perspective I have right now is that thanks to people showing off on the internet via Instagram and Facebook and all that stuff, there are so many new, young, talented people coming up. And you know, like, I mean, just watching Raven yesterday, he preheated this whale in that oven over there. And I was going like, okay, I think it must weigh about 40 pounds. How's he gonna get it out of there? Because it was standing up, and I was really curious. And I was standing over there, but you know, I was like, how's he gonna pull this off? And it is on Instagram right now, that move. But it was just like this colossal move. Like, oh my God, like I was like, I couldn't believe it, you know, and I feel like I've seen it all, of course, but I haven't seen half of it. And there's this young man, just boom, he's got the soul, and he's pulling this amazing thing out of this oven and heading across the room with it. And it's like, I'd never seen that before. So, you know, it's always a fascinating material, because our generation, my generation, was really the first generation to wrest glass out of the hands of the industrialists. And so in other words, like, glass has been in the grips of industry for ever so long, and a very, very small portion of glasswork ever went to real artists that didn't care about tradition, artists that always want to innovate, and they thrive on those processes. And this is a very process-oriented material. But you're sculpting with color, you're sculpting with light. Glass changes all day and all night, depending on the lighting, depending on, you know, where it is in a space. So it's rarely static, because light's always changing it. And that's sort of like the game. That's what we're playing with. And there's the tradition of everything you see on a table. You know, tableware, design, industrial design, it's really a big part of this movement. So I think right now, because of, you know, scanning and printing and modeling off of ideas, or people compose things using AI, and then they become three-dimensional. I mean, it's just exploding, you know, out the back door. We don't know where it's going. But it's really, it's a whole new world.
Well, the question was a little bit about the elders in this group, and
right.
I think.
I'm sorry. I was going to say about the elders in the group, both Charlie in terms of working in glass, and then also Joe David in terms of being your spiritual elder.
Yeah, I mean, Charlie has so much history. I mean, he helped build this hot shop here, and when it first opened, you know, he was talking earlier in the week about being here when this was just a dirt plot, and he has so much history in the Czech Republic, and meeting Petr Novotný and being there and being a part of bringing Martin here to the States, and influencing all of us. You know, we're Kelly and Martin and I are the younger ones, and we would sit there starry-eyed and listen to the stories of Charlie and Joe, and they're our elders, you know, so they tell these stories and stuff, and it's, you know, it's appropriate. It's Father's Day. It's kind of like as we grow up, we're all like, oh God, Dad, I've heard this story before, you know. But like, the thing is that I think there's a reason our parents always tell the same stories over and over. It's kind of like yeah, I've heard that story before, but when I think about it, do I really remember the details of the story? Do I really know the story? Because I'm not really paying attention because I've heard it all before, you know. And it's like that's the lesson, is like these people who are our elders who are here with us, they tell us these stories because they say, like, you die twice, right? And they know a lot of people who have passed on because they're starting to become our elders, and the first time you die is when you pass away, and the second time you die is when your name is spoken for the last time. So, you know, we keep our ancestors alive by telling these stories and keeping tradition and song alive, and so when we listen to these stories, you know, Joe would say, "Oh, you better pay attention, because when I'm gone, you're gonna be the one that has the story. There's not gonna be anyone else to tell it." So I feel like that's really the role that these people play in our lives, and it's up to us to pay attention.
I mean, I've known Joe for a long time, and I would say he would sort of stop shy of saying he's a spiritual leader to us. It's a point of clarification, because he simply is our really good friend, and we put this sort of family, you know, sort of blanket over us, and we say that, but he doesn't, you know, he's much more humble than claiming that he's a spiritual leader. That's a very heavy point to emphasize, but he does, you know, he does mentor us, nurture us in so many ways. He teaches us, you know, he corrects us, he's there for us when we need him, but anyway, I just think, yeah, he's a slippery one too, you know. Sometimes when you come with some sort of expectation, you know, that he's going to do something, you know, he's like, not today, you know. So I just say that, you know, he's kind of a mystery in a lot of ways to us, but he's always there for us. But he is our elder. I'll give him that title because he, you know, we respect him and love him, and he loves us.
All right, thank you so much. So now we're going to kind of move the question and answers to the audience, give them a chance to ask some questions. Susan Warner, our curator of education, is going to, I guess, pass around the mic, and we can go from there. So if anyone has any questions, please raise your hand, and Susan can bring a microphone over to you.
The art part about being a glass artist? The hardest. Oh, the hardest part. The hardest. Boy, I don't know. I resemble that comment. You know, it's hard. I guess it's just a lot of, there's a lot of time and dedication to, you know, and finding an opportunity to practice your craft, you know. It's a lot of resources, materials, teamwork, all of that. So when you find yourself in a position to work with people and learn from them, you know, I always wanted to work with people who were better than me, so I could get something out of it, you know, if possible. And sometimes I would volunteer to go work on a team just so I could, you know, see how they work. And that's what it is. It's sort of like passing the knowledge down. That's what happened to us. I mean, I worked a long time with an Italian master named Lino Tallipietra, and he showed us in the early days, before anybody really knew the Italian process or the methodology of that, so you got to watch. Sometimes things are intangible. You can't exactly tell, oh, do it just this way and that way, that. You know, you have to be intuitive, and you have to take notes, and and then turn it into your own practice. But really, it's just about, you know, finding the time to put your hours in
really, in my opinion.
Well, yeah, it's kind of a joke, but like there's something where it's like, oh, what do you think about when you make your art? Is that like I see sunshine and rainbows and all this stuff? And it's like, well, I mostly think about my financial situation, you know. But it's a joke, but it's kind of true, you know. Kelly and I and Martin and Preston, we all have our own studios, and when you're making work, when you're working, maybe it's counterintuitive to some people, but when we're working, we're spending a ton of money and a ton of our time and dedication. It's only later that you finish the work, you make the stand, you do the cold working process, you get it in the gallery. Hopefully, someone falls in love with it and buys it. Then you get to do it again. That's kind of the push, you know. And so so I'd say that's, you know, the dream is to own your own studio and make your own work, and we're so fortunate to be able to do that. But it's also, it always cuts both ways, and that's why being here in this studio, gifted this time, you can see the amount of resources we're using just sitting here talking to you guys. Is it's pretty daunting what we have going on here, and so again, like, thank you so much to the museum for this gift of time and energy and this incredible staff that helps us make this work, because it really is a huge amount of energy and time and resources to create what we make. So, yeah.
So I have a question. We've heard from you five and a lot about Joe, and you six are listed names, but the photos chosen of the collective has a young seventh person in the photo. So can anyone speak to the seventh person in the photo?
I know this is my assistant, John Brown. He's from Montreal in Canada, but he lives in Prague with me not with me. He works in my studio for past 3 years. And last year when I was teaching with Preston at Pilchuck Glass School, and he was our TA, like teaching assistant. So he came along. This is actually in Ravens in Kelly's studio on Lopez Island, and he came along, and it was kind of hard to tell him not to stand there. But there's also, you know, like the assistants are really important, you know, in this whole process, and we would not be able to do the work as what we do. They really, like, you know, the other 50% of the works, but nobody sees, you know, but they get paid, you know, so. So it's very rewarding.
Question for you guys. Have you ever thought about the legacy?
I think though your microphone doesn't work, we can really hear the mic. You can just scream, just yell. We're gonna regroup young. Yeah, we're trying. We always look for new talents, and our doors are open in the studios, and you know. I would not call that. You know, they can come for a week or two and try it out. You know, glass is very specific thing to learn. It's not. It's like any other material, and we all learn this material all our lives. You know, and I was really lucky. I get to like. I started working when I was 13, and I went through all these factories for first 10 years before I even started sculpting. So I kind of knew what the glass does, and I just got it in my blood. You know. So it's really difficult even for the young generation now, because there's not many places where you can go do that, you know, and just kind of do the repetition and learn the stuff. So we're really accommodating to everybody who wants to learn how to sculpt, but you know, they need to have some kind of like you know. There are a lot of programs, you know. There's in Europe it's not as many. Everything's kind of on a decline as far as glass schools, because there's like a lot of factories is actually closing down because they don't have the you know, like work, and then also the schools are closing down because they don't have the new generation, because it's working in a factory, you can actually make much more money, like selling something and what do you call it, like sitting by the counter, because it's not really rewarding, you know, even for the young generation. So it's a tough business right now. It's a tough situation. It's been like that for a long time, but we in our studios we're really open to young talents, and and also we teach, you know. I used to teach about 7 classes a year when I lived in States for about 17 years. So I have over like 1,000 students, and then always pick the people, you know, I try to encourage everyone, and these guys, they're doing the same thing. So we're really trying to spread the word and share everything what we know.
Zoomorphic is it's a word that's used in mythology. It's just sort of it talks about transformation, you know, from moving, you know, animals and humans kind of morphing from one to another. So it really just that's I think that's the term. Does anybody else know? I'm not a great scholar or study of those mythology. I know it on a very base level, but I think that's what it means.
All right. Thank you all. Do we have one more?
Yeah.
Okay, one more
Sure.
question.
Yeah. You know, it really stems from.
So she asked,
yeah.
just to let the audience know, that she was asking what the internal process was for creation for the group.
The internal, yeah, and Mike, try to be quick. A quick answer would be, yeah, just the reflecting on the culture, reflecting on. I mean, and of course, you know, with everybody's skill set, it becomes something different. So we were just looking for opportunities to add everybody's ability. Like last year, for instance, you know, Martin and I were going to teach, and we went to Ravens, and they started making things, and they were putting them on the form. It could represent, you know, like the frog, you know, has a place in the culture and the stories and the clan symbols, and you know, you've got eagle, wolf, you've got killer whale, you've got all these things. So I'm always like nudging towards, you know, trying, you know, to, express that in some way. If it's a mask, or if it's a sculpture or whatever, you know, Martin has a great sort of very, you know, beautiful, pure, like he works in like a single color, and it becomes like this really ethereal kind of, like marble, or, you know, and it has a real beautiful quality to it. So, you know, part of us, I'm trying to think, is like, what can we put on there that doesn't, like, you know, just take all the attention away from that beautiful effort that he put into sculpting it. So really we're just, I study mythology, and I'm working collaboratively with writers to bring about new concepts of what Raven is up to. Raven just disappeared, you know, in the cultural stories. The stories stopped sort of coming out. So I was like, well, what happened to Raven? So in my version of, you know, my own practice, it's sort of like Raven is out there trying to, you know, battle climate change, or, you know, protect the missing and murdered Indigenous women, or, you know, discovering the residential school graves, for instance. And so So some of these kinds of themes or ideas or notions, come from just discussing like, oh, what about this? What about that? When we hit the Pilchuck Glass School last year, we had this idea of a moon face, and then, we said, well, let's put a couple of ravens on the top of it, sitting on top of this moon, and Raven's like, yeah, we could put some blackberry brambles and little blackberries and little, flowers and things like that. That's when we realized there was kind of expanding the ability and just having this way of collaborating. So we're just getting started. This was the first session since last summer. So we arrived like, what are we making? What are we making? I don't know. Well, let's try this. So it's really organic, very fluid. Sometimes you have to adjust and course correct, like, stuck this thing on and it's a little off, but hey, let's put this and do that, and we just correct it. And one is a mistake, two is a motif, is a good adage. Stick two on, okay, looks great, right?
All right, so we've about ran out of time, but I would be remiss in not asking you all this one last question. So Museum of Glass has given you each residencies before, and now residency as this collective. If you all can give me 2 words that describe your experience in our hot shop working with this world-class team, and then we're going to just go ahead and wrap up after that.
2 words. The grand challenge. Gratitude and it's exciting to be here.
Ben, Gabe, and Sarah.
2 words. Maybe overwhelming gratitude. Yeah.
Magical, inspirational.
Building future.
All right. I think those were beautiful answers. Thank you to each one of the panelists for taking time out of your residency to sit here and talk with our audience, and to record this moment for future generations to have access to your thoughts. Also like to acknowledge all the people who are working with us today, our Hot Shop team. We have some board members in the audience, our executive director, curator of education. We also would like to acknowledge Jake Price, who helped to fund this with the Fuel Their Fire residency. And we invite all of the people in the audience to continue watching this magnificent group as they continue this residency for this final day. This last 2 weeks has been a masterclass. Thank you all so much for coming out.
check. Check.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Hot Shop. My name is Emily. I'll be your MC for the afternoon. We have the NCN Collective working with us here in the Hot Shop. They've been here over the past 2 weeks, and so today's the last day, and it's been such a pleasure to have such a phenomenal group of artists working together here on the Hot Shop floor. This collective has come together to highlight their individual skill set as well as their collective skill set together, and later at a different point in the future they will exhibit these works, and this is just a tiny fraction of how much work they've produced here in the Hot Shop over the past 2 weeks. You will see that the items that they create while hot sculpting later will be covered with a rubber stencil material. That then allows them to, Joe David and Preston Singletary specifically from the collective, that allows them to be able to carve away the additional materials out of the rubber, and then they sandblast that surface. That when they sandblast the surface of the rubber cut stencil, it'll remove that top layer of glass and it'll reveal the under portion of colors. And so the piece you see there on the podium, when you take a closer look, you'll see the variation of color below the surface. And so that's a whole process within itself. Preston said that this piece here, you're looking at about 30 to 40 hours of work from start to finish, I believe. And so that is just a little bit about what I've gathered over the past 2 weeks. I can never say enough because this group of artists is they're so phenomenal. And so you're in for a treat. I'm not exactly sure what they will be creating this afternoon, but we'll see and watch it unfold together here in the Hot Shop. And again, my name is Emily. When they get started, I will let you know exactly what they're doing. And if you have any questions, feel free to shout my name out, and I will be happy to answer your questions. So the NCN Collective is a creative group of glass artists and Indigenous artists that include Preston Singletary, Martin Janecký, Raven Skyriver, Kelly Odell, Charles Parriott, and Joe David. NCN stands for Nuu-chah-nulth, a tribe that Joe David comes from. And with their lives woven together, some over 4 decades, they collaborate in bringing life to contemporary native sculptures using innovative glass techniques. Concepts and designs of the Tlingit and Nuu-chah-nulth tribes resonate through their unique glass sculptures. So we're going to create a raven stealing the sun here in the hot shop this afternoon, and that process consists of heating up these steel rods. Hot glass likes to stick to hot steel, and so then he'll go into the furnace to gather up some glass. Can we see the furnace diagram? The furnaces here in the hot shop are powered by natural gas and forced air. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass while resting at 2,100 degrees. Dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. Pay attention. He'll use this steel rod and he'll go into the silver ovens with the doors on the front. Those are the furnaces. As he rotates that rod, the glass has a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself. When he comes out, he'll have a tiny gather of glass. He's going to blow into the end of the rod when the glass is set up to create a bubble. And this is the starter bubble. And this is how you start the process. This tiny bubble, we're going to continue to add layers of glass around it, and they're going to get enough glass at the end of the rod and blow it to the size they would like for the raven to be. So on the left side of the hot shop, inside of this silver oven, that's a garage. That's where glass can be placed and then brought up to a proper temperature that then after they take it out of there, currently Sarah has a color bar, and this is the way that we will apply color to glass, because all of the glass that we start with from the furnace is clear. It just looks orange because it's hot. So she's heating up a color bar. She'll go into the reheating chamber. The reheating chamber, these orange-faced open ovens in front of the benches, those rest at about 2,300 degrees. When you go into that chamber, that gets the glass brought up to temp to make it super soft, and allows you to shape it how you need it to be shaped to move to the next step in the process. So she'll shape color bar, she'll lay it over the clear bubble, and this is how we will apply color to the piece they're creating right now. There are various ways to apply color to glass, but this one specifically is known as the color overlay. So now that they've laid the color over the bubble, he's going to stretch that color all the way back towards the end of the rod to encase that bubble. You won't be able to see the clear part. You'll only be able to see the color. This is a great example of an encased bubble taken off of the pipe. Color bar comes from Germany, and we buy it from the distributors that get it in the US. Can we actually see the color overlay video to learn a little bit more about color and glass?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
For all the dads that are visiting today, I hope you all are having a happy Father's Day. Thanks so much for hanging out with us here at Museum of Glass. So this, like I said earlier, we're gonna make a raven catching the sun, or flying away with the sun in his mouth. And here we have Preston Singletary creating that piece this afternoon. And to learn a little bit more about Preston, can we please see his Meet the Artist video?
The first thing I developed was the hat form. That was one of the most obvious sort of glass-blown things, because we all make bowls that, you know, flare out like that. If you flip it upside down, it's a hat. So it became sort of a canvas for transferring the design onto the glass. And what I didn't even realize and discovered purely by accident was, you know, we placed this hat form under a light, you know, coming directly down. All of a sudden these shadows appeared underneath the bowl, and it's like a perfect registration of the design in a shadow form. And so I like to think of that as almost like a spirit within the piece. Yeah, I guess I got a lot of recognition for what I was doing as being a Native American artist, and at that time there just wasn't very many people doing it, and that maybe planted the seed in my head, to sort of maybe connect it in the end with my cultural roots. It was a real evolution from my glassblowing skills to the designing skills and trying to make it look like Northwest Coast art. I really had to reinvent myself in terms of understanding the design work. And the deeper I got into that, the more I realized I needed to learn. I started taking workshops with other people who were teaching the form line style. I had to really kind of understand the context of the designs and how they related to the mythologies.
The salmon piece is going to be, we'll sculpt this form, and then after the piece is cool, then I'll add this kind of a design work, this kind of stylized Northwest Coast design.
I have a natural connection to glass, because I've been doing it for 35 years. And I really wanted to just see how far I could go with it. And so I continue to work primarily in glass because there's a lot of stuff to explore. My journey to connecting the culture to my understanding of it has been a real transformation for me, because in the end it's really about community and family. I think once you become a keeper of cultural knowledge, it becomes a responsibility. I like to try to represent my tribe and my community. That's why I don't dabble in other people's cultural style. When I do that, it's always collaboratively, so I'm trying to bring people over into the glass world by collaborating with them and showing an example of what can be done, because I have the skills to do it. It's exciting to see, because I think that in the end, it sort of reflects a cultural perspective, and in my opinion, what better place to operate from than this connection. You have this history, and I feel like if I were successful with my work, I would just be inspiring the next generation to do something in their own way. A few years ago, I had my first solo show here at the Museum of Glass, but I'm currently working on an exhibition called Raven in the Box of Daylight. It's going to be opening up in 2017. As you walk through the exhibition, you'll get sort of a thread of the story about Raven, who brought the sun and the moon and the stars to the world and gave it to mankind as a gift. To make a living as an artist is really pretty special. To sort of solidify in the consciousness of the collectors, people that support the artwork, that glass is an accepted material. I mean, sometimes we have these kind of cultural corrals that we're kept in terms of, well, this is traditional and this is contemporary. And I think that we're trying to break down those barriers a bit.
Preston Singletary.
Yahoo!
So they gather glass over the color overlay, and like I said earlier, it's like an onion. It has many layers. As they add another gather of glass, when they're creating, often when they're communicating, they'll say how many gathers they'll need to achieve the size of the piece that they're going to blow out. And so that's how they measure what they're creating, by how many gathers they take. So he's gathered glass over this color overlay. It won't be orange when it cools down. In the beginning, everything is bright and orange, and that's because it's super duper hot. Before he gathers again, he will rest, allow the glass to cool down. Often they'll say, like, when the skin is nice and chill, it'll allow them to gather up some more. They'll be able to catch more when they rotate the cooler glass in the furnace to add more glass around the end of the rod. Whenever they allow for the glass to drip into that bucket, we can actually recycle the glass within that bucket. As long as it's clear and it doesn't touch the ground and it doesn't contain color, we can recycle some of the glass here in the hot shop. He stripped away some of that gather because it's better to gather in a full rotation and then remove a little extra if you have extra in a full drip. And so that's why he stripped it. He didn't want as much as he gathered, and so he strips it away within the bucket in front of the furnace. At the table, at the bench there, he'll use his papers to shape the glass. The paper is a thick stack of folded up newspaper that's been soaked in water, which provides him with a very intimate tool for shaping the glass, almost as if he's using his bare hand. To learn a little bit more about the other artists of the NCN Collective, I don't see Charlie at the moment. Charlie Parriott is here, and Joe David isn't here at the moment, but we do have Raven Skyriver and Kelly Odell. They work over in Lopez Island, and they create often. And then Martin Janecký here is from the Czech, and he came over to create with us as well. So to learn a little bit more about the other artists of the collective, can we see Kelly Odell's Meet the Artist video?
I like to explore many different techniques in glass making. I feel like glass just has an endless amount of techniques to learn, and I like to sculpt glass, and I like to play with different techniques, and I like to combine different techniques too. In making the ammonites, they're kind of a challenging form to make. I think that's why I keep making them. It's like maybe trying to find the perfect wave. Yeah, what I like about the ammonites is that it's just kind of a cool index fossil that dates the layers of Earth. So I think it's an interesting idea that makes me think of our past. I feel like in making the ammonites, I started to cut them open and see what was happening on the inside. So I felt like what do I really love from that? What do I really love from that? Does it really have to be an ammonite or a shell or a thing? And then I felt like, well, let's just play around with the glass and let it do its fluid thing, and make marini and do color folds and chop it up and see what that looks like on the inside. I love how you can see them turning in the shop. It's flat as it's been cut through or something, and on the other side you have this beautiful pore surface. The surface of the glass hasn't really been touched, so it has this really beautiful quality of magnifying what's behind it. So I just want to see both of those sides. So I need to figure out a way to display those.
How about we keep it going? What about Raven Skyriver's Meet the Artist video as we continue?
My name is Raven Skyriver, and I'm from Lopez Island, Washington. It's a small island in the San Juan Islands. I was born in a house with no running water or electricity, and my mom pretty much didn't allow TV in the house, so it was a lot of just playing out in the woods and being on the water as a young kid. As a young boy and all throughout my life, I've made trips up to the outside of Vancouver Island. So this is a direct inspiration of my upbringing, the salmon, and also an icon of the Pacific Northwest and a staple of the native people of this area. My other work as well is, you know, from the north, Alaska down to here, whales and fish and stuff. As far as the dynamicism of the work, I think that's probably one of the hardest things is proportion and getting everything to look like in the right place. That's one hard aspect, but the other, and I think one of the more difficult things about making something is giving it a dynamic flow and making it look alive and giving it motion when it's a static object. So that's something I'm still striving towards, and I feel like this is a more recent piece. I feel like I'm getting better at that, but it's always something I'm trying to put into the work, is breathing a little life into it and making it look as though it has motion. I like to work from a reference pretty much always. A lot of these books are really great examples of not only the coloration and the form, but also the movement of the creatures that are being depicted in glass. So it helps me not only catch the form and color, but also the mannerisms and how the creatures move in their environments. Don't make the pattern too organized or anything. The coloring of the bubble is a big part of what goes into it. So it's been a long time as far as the process of figuring out which colors go where and what works well together. Some things I try to be a little more whimsical with and do a looser interpretation. So I've definitely spent a lot of time developing which colors work well together. I have a lot of ideas. That's definitely something I don't have any shortage of. I guess I want to keep exploring similar forms, but there's other things that I haven't tried yet that I definitely want to delve into as well. I would love to express my gratitude to the museum and also to this amazing crew that museum offers and that I've been able to assemble as well. Couldn't do any of this on my own.
My name is Martin Janecký. I'm from Prague, Czech Republic, and I've lived and worked in Fairbanks, Alaska as well. I've been blowing glass for about 17 years now, since '93, and it's all I know, and it's all I've been doing, and yeah, I never stopped. I love it every day. For about a year and a half, I've been making these figurative work, lots of like theatrical, and it's like a clowns, but it's not clowns, you know. It's a lot of circus theme work, focusing on expressions and the whole movement of the piece and stuff.
Yeah, I use the word Kafka-esque to describe your clowns. Would you think that's appropriate?
That's great.
Okay. You know, this sculpting is very technical, but then there's obviously this kind of undercurrent of emotion or confusion or angst or, you know, whatever it is. Each one's probably individual, but there's, you know, there's something under the surface rather than just the...
Yeah, it's not really happy stuff. I don't make the happy. I think there's enough happy stuff.
The bright bumblebees and all that stuff.
I'm like, you know, I'm one of the happiest glass blower on earth, so I have to like balance it out with this stuff.
Okay.
So Martin is actually one of the most humble, talented glassblowers that we've ever met. He started working on the factory floor when the age of 13, and he became a master at the factory at the age of 21. He doesn't talk about his work a lot, but among glassblowers he's considered to be one of the best, especially considering his age. We're very privileged to have him here at the Museum of Glass this week.
I brought some parts from Alaska, and we're going to be putting together some larger figures. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's just, it kind of is, well, that's nice and
Would you want it sitting on a hand, or would you want
really thankful to be here and work with the team.
So at the bench now, you'll see they'll start to blow and carve into the glass. Currently, with these jacks he's holding, this will allow him to carve into the glass to create a reference point indicating the end of the rod and the beginning of the piece. Carving a jack line will help at a different point in the process when they're ready to remove the piece. It carves into the glass to create a weak point within the material. And then he'll shield his arm with those paddles, because that glass, when it's glowing that beautiful orange color, it's well above 2,000 degrees. We are creating a raven's head with the sunlight, a ball of sunlight in its mouth. My name is Emily. For those of you who are just joining us, welcome to the Hot Shop. We have the NCN Collective working with us here in the Hot Shop today. This cloth-like material in his hand is just a thick stack of folded newspaper. Pay attention, he'll blow into the end of the rod to expand that bubble. They're talking the entire time, it's just hard to hear them. Often he's telling him to add air or to cap the pipe or whatever he needs to expand those walls, that shape. They only have so long before they have to go back into the reheating chamber to flash the body of the piece. The visible color change within the material and the filling of the material helps them know what to do and when to do it. So when you see that glowing orange color, that means it's super hot, super soft. That allows them to expand the bubble or just shape the glass with certain tools. So with that paddle, he'll paddle the bottom portion of the raven's head. So they will paddle the bottom first because often you create the bottom while you're connected to the blowpipe so you can reinforce the bubble. So this, we're creating bottom first for this piece, and then we'll transfer the piece from this initial blowpipe to another rod. So then he'll have access to the part that's kind of creating that A line from the end of the current rod. He's gonna cut it open and stretch the beak out. On the right side of the hot shop, they're creating the sun that will rest in the raven's mouth. It'll be a golden black sun. It's a special sun that they're making today. Earlier when he carved in that jack line with that really big tool, those jacks, he carved in this area where he created a weak point. And now with the torch, he's heating that area. He wants that area to be nice and hot. So then when he lays water over the weak point, thermal shock will set in and it'll allow him to knock the piece off the pipe so he can work on the opposite side. My name's Emily, for those of you who are just joining us. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll be happy to answer your questions. So now that they've transferred the piece from the initial blowpipe, they'll get this front portion nice and hot. He'll cut into it and then shape the beak, the raven's beak. We'll have a raven with the sunlight in his mouth that they're creating here in the hot shop. On the right side of the hot shop, you'll see the black ball with the gold laid over the surface. The hot torch that Preston has in his hand gets up to about 5,000 degrees, and so it gets super hot, which allows him to be able to manipulate the glass. And then there at the end of the rod, he's torching that connection point because he doesn't want this area or this piece of glass to get too cold. That area goes into the reheating chamber last and it comes out first. So at the end of the rod with the fluffy torch, he's just keeping the glass nice and hot. You'll see he heated the certain side that he would like to get nice and soft, and then it's a good preheat. They flash the whole body of the piece, and then with the scissors, he'll open up the opposite side, which will then allow him to start to shape the beak of the raven. We are making a raven in the hot shop carrying the sun in his mouth. The ball of sun is on the right side of the hot shop here, and it's a black sun with gold over the surface, and then a ring around that. If you all are ever interested in what's happening here in the hot shop, you can always get onto our live stream. We live stream the process Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5 p.m. at museumofglass.org or on our YouTube channel. Just type in Museum of Glass and it'll bring up our live stream. It's always something different happening here under the cone, so just remember, we're only open Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5 p.m. Also, can we see the slide, the slide for the Kids Design Glass program? For all my youth visitors here in the hot shop, we have a long-standing program known as Kids Design Glass, and as long as you're 12 and under, you're able to submit a contest form to the Kids Design Glass program. You'll submit your drawing, and then the hot shop team will choose a monthly winner, and then the winner and the family will be invited back here to the hot shop, and then 2 pieces of glass will be created. One will stay in our permanent collection, and one will go home with you and your family when it cools down overnight. So be sure to check out the Kids Design Glass table as long as you're 12 and under and submit your form. And maybe if you get a call, you'll be able to come back and hang out with us again in the hot shop. He'll place the sun in the garage here. It'll rest here until they're ready to take it out and then place it into the mouth of the raven. The garage, like I said, when we started, is a box where we can place glass, where it'll be held at a steady temperature. As you all can see, the visible color change, like I said earlier, whenever it's that super bright orange color, it makes it easier for him to be able to sculpt and shape the glass. When it cools down quickly, they'll go back into the reheating chamber to reheat the piece. Raven Skyriver is creating a raven's head here in the hot shop. The NCN Collective has been with us over the past 2 weeks. Today they had an artist talk, a panel, here in the hot shop, and if you like to watch that panel, you can see it at maybe even I think as soon as tomorrow, you'll be able to watch the talk. It'll be on our YouTube channel. Many artists from many years over time have various different artist talks on our YouTube channel. It's great to go back and rewatch some of your favorite artists that you might have missed. For those of you who are just joining us here in the hot shop, I hope you've all had a wonderful Sunday. We are currently in the process of creating a raven's head, and then he'll have the sun in his mouth. The sun is a black ball with gold leaf over the surface. It's in the box here waiting to be inserted into the mouth when Preston is finished sculpting out the raven's head. The NCN Collective is a group of artists who have been working here in the hot shop over the past 2 weeks. It's been such a joy to have such talent with us, and a special, special treat. I'd like to give a thank you from Museum of Glass to Jake Price for sponsoring the Feel Their Fire residency, which allows artists to come and explore and create in the hot shop. The body of work that the collective, the NCN Collective, has created while working here over the past 2 weeks will later go on display at a different point in time. I'm not exactly sure where they will exhibit this work, but follow them and learn about them, learn more about them. You can go onto museumofglass.org and click on the NCN Collective tab to learn about them and follow them collectively or individually. They're such a talented group of artists whose lives have been woven together, some for over 4 decades. They have worked in different spaces and places in time. Martin Janecký is from the Czech Republic. Preston is a Seattle-based artist. We also have Raven Skyriver and Kelly Odell. They are on Lopez Island where they create as well. And then Charlie Parriott and Joe David. Joe David is from the Nuu-chah-nulth tribe. And you'll see the influence of the Tlingit and Nuu-chah-nulth tribe within the glass work that they create together. And again, happy Father's Day to all the dads that have been here with us today. I hope you guys are having a wonderful Father's Day. Thanks for hanging out with us here at Museum of Glass. So they've taken the sun out of the garage and now they're just gonna do a price check, make sure it's, you know, placed where it should be, and then they'll place it on. With the hot torch, he'll get the area he would like to fuse to the inside of the mouth, nice and hot, and then he'll place it on the beak of the raven. And now as Trent is getting suited up to catch this piece off the pipe, he'll put on Kevlar mittens, which will protect his skin from physically being burned, but every step he takes, he can feel the heat of the piece through the material. And so it's hot and it's heavy. He's gonna catch it and place it into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. All right, now I'll put a little water over the surface of the glass. Thermal shock will set in. And when he taps the rod, it'll release the piece from off the end of the pipe. Let's give them a big round of applause. Clap it up. NCN Collective and the Hot Shop team. It'll go into the box where it'll cool down overnight. And let's give them one more big round of applause. Clap it up. Woohoo! And that is it for the day here in the Hot Shop. I hope you guys have had a wonderful Sunday. Thank you so much for hanging out with us here at Museum of Glass. And we'll be back Wednesday to do it all again. And like I said earlier, if you would like to see what's happening but you can't make it back, you can always tune in to our live stream. We live stream the process Wednesday through Sunday at museumofglass.org from 10 to 5 p.m. Or find us on YouTube. We have a YouTube channel.